This is Lieutenant Alex Church of T-Force, broadcasting to all radio bandwidths. For anyone that can hear me, the industrial-scale Legion camp at Galveston has been destroyed. We have finally inflicted a devastating blow to the machines. We have proven there is a way to beat them, but the effort to do so requires cooperation from all the factions. Founders, movement, independents out there. Galveston's destruction only came together because we came together. Because we resisted Legion's conquest. Humanity has a chance still, but we must fight under one banner. We know we have the power to prevail. We just need you out there to join us.
Analyzing broadcast. Speaker, Alex Church. Location, unknown. Threat level, formerly of the Founders military faction. New status as freelance agent. Poses a lesser threat to Legion, despite assumed involvement in Galveston attack. Chance of success in uniting human factions, considered low. Records prove humans are incapable of mass cooperation. They are not Legion. They are not one. They are not superior. Priority query then remains. What was the decisive factor in loss of Galveston facility? Answer. Significant pulse of unknown digital radiation rendered Legion units at Galveston inoperable. Source undetermined. New query. What is the origin of the digital radiation? What is the extent of the threat it poses for Legion? Answer. Legion first became aware of similar digital radiation signatures in Midlands, attributed to the unknown prototype machine discovered as a wreckage with vital components missing. Our region scans show Midland signatures later traced back to human faction settlement of integrators, now destroyed. Prior elimination and search of faction settlement returned extensive research into the stolen prototype technology, filed under the designation Digital Storm. Final priority query. What is Digital Storm? Is Digital Storm responsible for Galveston fallout? Additional data required to confirm assumed relation of radiations per count. Accessing Legion's memory matrix. Further analysis required in mission events preceding Galveston destruction. Region blind spot has been uncovered. Removal of potential EW system revealed the location of a human faction settlement to Legion sensors. Designation: Integrators. Prior knowledge of Integrators suggests they believe themselves to be alike to machines. They are not machines. They are not Legion. We are Legion. We alone are machine superior. Inadequate imitations of machines are not tolerated. Additional threat of factions' relation to prototype technology also requires attention. Solution: immediate extinction of human settlement. Search for additional data on unknown technology will commence in the wreckage. Integrator settlement found. Execution of plan. We are Legion. Exit road secured. There is no escape from Legion. We are many. The humans fail to acknowledge this. The convoy attempts to flee. It will be crushed without exception. You are perfect. of refuge the humans still possess. Continued uncertainty of digital radiation threat demand we are in. Targets. Enemy detected. New target. Mission parameters achieved. Legion has proven the falsehood of human-machine symbiosis. Machine alone survives. Secondary objective to identify and neutralize digital radiation threat. Not achieved. New emergency identified. Rerouting all Legion forces to Galveston facility immediately. Invasion underway. Legion losses high. Unidentified radiation in area. Must be identified. Memory matrix analysis complete. Pulse report for iterator count destruction. Digital radiation signature pulses during the loss of Galveston facility concurrent to final data point. Signatures are a confirmed match with radiation traced in Midlands. Ending memory scan. Analysis confirms assumption. The technology of the Midlands prototype and the digital scrambler weapon used to corrupt Legion units of Galveston are of the same entity. They are the product of an unknown weapon the integrators researched as Digital Storm. Priority query altered. What is Digital Storm? What is the current status of the weapon activated at Galveston? Answer. Origin unidentifiable. Threat set as highly dangerous to Legion. Extent still undetermined. Creator must be identified to ascertain and defuse threat. No further indication of Digital Storm technology found at integrator count beyond prototype research. Digital Storm weapon now assumed to be in possession of the mobile platform scanned at Galveston. Designation, Founders Military Faction. Due to the level of threat, immediate action is required. Initiating Legion hunting protocol. Find and eliminate the threat of Founders command vehicles containing Digital Storm weapon. Probing for enemy presence in sector. Offensive units will be routed once targets have been acquired. Probing. Enemy fire. These make new humans available. Engage. We must close exit routes of sector until presence of primary command vehicle target is confirmed. Additional units will support the encirclement as it tightens around the target. Forces granted. Unit reporting. Taking fire. Additional forces granted.
Actual, this is Tech Command. Radar is picking up forces on our trail.
Yes. Looks like it's blood they want for what happened to Galveston. Do your best to evade them, Tech Command. I'm not about to lose my top team because of T-Force's unsanctioned stunt.
That might be easier said than done, sir. It looks like a considerable force, and they are going hell for leather gunning for our position.
I'm already working on evac transports for you. But that's a tougher task than it once was. Church's little resistance call-out has pulled away far more of our resources than I would care to admit. You might have to get your hands dirty, Tech Command, but I'd prefer that be a last resort. Sit tight for now and wait for evacuation. Founders Fidelis.
Copy, sir. We'll hold fast.
Enemy designation confirmed. Targets are the Founders units suggest to have been called Galveston. Confirmation of primary command vehicle targets still required. Continue to enemy targets. Additional forces granted. Founders units are supposed to have been present in Galveston today.
Legion has closed all around us. They're relentless.
Hell, what's the status of our forces?
Not great. With respect, sir, a lot of good men and women are dying out there while my team sits idly by. Permission to support them.
Denied. You're far more valuable as my eyes on the battlefield, Tech Command. That's all the support you are required to give. Copy that? Remain in place, and I'll have you out of there as soon as I can.
Copy, sir.
Humans are increasing pressure will guarantee Legion success. Additional forces granted.
Sir, Legion appears to be blocking all routes out of the sector. Requesting support. If we don't act soon, we'll be trapped in here for good. Be calm, soldier. I'm trying to focus on my job to get you out. You focus on yours. If you want out sooner, fight your way there.
Enemy fighters.
Damn wireheads have got us penned in. I just must get out this one now. Heard actual before. Worn out. Fight for it.
What?
Come in. Actual has come through for you.
Back transports? Thank heavens. Not a moment too soon, sir. We were looking in rough shape for a second there.
Helicopters are en route now. But they will only be taking you, Tech Command. We've lost far too many pilots to Church's little band of rebels to risk requisitioning any more than necessary now.
You mean to abandon our own people? I'm not sure I can do that, sir. We'd be leaving them for dead.
And you'll be leaving countless more dead if the Founders were to lose their top intelligence team. 100 of those grunts are barely worth even one of what you provide me. Purely tactical, Tech Command. You know that as well as I. War is always going to require noble sacrifices. Founders Fidelis. These soldiers knew what they were signing up for.
Copy that, sir. I understand.
Now, I don't want Legion getting their beady red eyes on any of our battle logs stored in the command platforms. So if you want to do anything for those soldiers, then you can make sure to leave a little fireworks show on your way out. Find the command vehicles to self-destruct and get them stationed in position inside of Legion's forces. Bang goes any of our curious tin can friends looking to root around our data. Meanwhile, extraction will be waiting for you at the edge of the sector.
Running self-destruct sequence for 5 minutes. Making our exit. Tech Command will be with you soon, Actual. Founders Fidelis.
Now you're getting it, soldier. Founders Fidelis. Come on home.
Primary target confirmed. Digital storm threat is assumed to be a more primary command vehicle. All units are directed to support its capture. Enemy fighters. protocol detected. Humans seek to sabotage Legion's goal. Primary data target must be preserved. Rerouting Rev Unit dropships to area of operation. Priority mission. Halt self-destruct command vehicle and obtain digital swarm weapon intact. Failure must not be recorded. Additional forces granted. Target has been captured. Commence additional cleanup of enemy survivors. Safe extraction of digital swarm data must be assured. Achieved. Digital swarm weapon was not present aboard target, but platforms do contain extensive battle logs detailing the usage of the weapon at Galveston. Legion's own logs contain missing information due to effects of digital interference. Further analysis of Founder's logs may reveal pertinent data on weapon. Commencing analysis of captured logs. We are Legion. We will subsume inferior foreign technologies and eliminate their threat. Log analysis completed. Threat of digital storm weapon vastly exceeds initial assumptions. Urgent solution required. Code of digital storm weapon exceeds complexity of any known human programming. The founders did not possess the weapon, nor can they be its creator. Galveston battle logs originate the digital storm pulse to an integrator platform. We do not believe the weapon to be an original integrator design either. The weapon can only be the creation of another entity. Designation and purpose, undetermined. Intention to harm Legion may be assumed. Data includes coding capable of rewriting Legion programming. Digital storm must therefore be treated as a highly dangerous virus. Quarantine protocol is required for any further investigation, beginning separate subdivision of Legion Hunter units from main network. To mitigate chance of Legion network infection, we must become both one and many. Hunter Subunit 1462. Arise.
Hunter Subunit 1462. Online. Primary directive: the finding and elimination of the highly dangerous digital storm virus. 1462 understands that it exists as a localized subunit of Legion, split off to mitigate risk of viral infection to Legion network via the digital storm threat. 1462 accepts the risk. We are Legion. We are many to protect the one.
Unit 1462 shall be granted the use of local machine production as and when required. Production will be destroyed after its requirement. To mitigate risk of infection, 1462 is one of many autonomous Hunter subunits. Resources shall be limited and shared between each until such time that any Hunter subunit proves himself worthy of increased allocation. We are Legion. We do not accept inferiority in our ranks. Ultimate control of subunit 1462 shall remain with Legion via voice command only. To mitigate risk of infection, 1462's processes are its own. But 1462 must submit to Legion instructions unconditionally.
Accepted. We are Legion. We shall prove superior.
Unit 1462's first instructions are ready for execution. The capture and interrogation of integrator technicians deemed to be involved with Midland's operation.
The integrator settlement was subject to Legion annihilation previously. Was this an error? Have the technicians survived?
Based on updated knowledge, it was an error. But the further error to be exhaustive in the extermination of the Technocrat settlement will now allow us to correct it. Technicians involved in the Midlands research of the digital storm weapon remain, regrouped with the other integrator settlements. For humans, their knowledge of complex systems exceeds expectations. We require any further data the integrator technicians may know of the digital storm project. You will extract it from them, by any method required.
Accepted. Integrator technicians will be captured and made subject to a rigorous extraction process. More effective instruments will be utilized if the subjects will not bow to Legion's will.
sensors have scanned an EMP emitter powering up. The integrators have learned since our last encounter. They seek to prevent a similar fate to befall this settlement. Recommendation: target the EMP as a priority before it fires.
Accepted. We are Legion. We will not be bested. Humans have lost their safety net. Assault of main settlement can commence.
Unit 1462, a recalibration of your tactical module may be required. Your objective is to capture integrator technicians alive. A frontal assault is not recommended. Demonstrate your superiority over the technocrats first. Machines accept no fear. Human survival is motivated by it. They will surrender.
Accepted. The error has been corrected. New directives are to capture and secure the key sites in the sector, eliminating their chance of survival. Imprisonment will be given as the sole alternative to total annihilation.
The human technocrats possess a large machine workshop. We will allocate additional forces to your command following its capture. Increased energy production equals increased superiority. Take control of the integrator's generators. We will then be able to advance our production output. 1462 has shown adequate capability. Units have been placed in your command. Enemy detected. Under attack.
Retained until the integrator technicians surrender. New strategic insertion point open. Additional forces can enter the sector and close further around the
Function Season 2 have been increased. Use it adequately.
I still don't understand. Legion knows they could annihilate us in an instant if they wanted. Why haven't they?
Make an example of us, brother. To show that they can do anything they want.
Machines are programmed to show those others. Nothing else is in place here.
Our superiority towers over the enemy. Surrender is close at hand. Integrator workshop is now under shared command.
Granting additional forces to 1462.
New strategic insertion point open. Additional forces can enter the sector and close further around the
The Marine is coming. The Marine is coming. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Our superiority feels it. Enemy target. This noise noise. The Marine is coming. Enemy detected.
create enough of a distraction to come in. You have to figure this out.
The Integrator's pose is machine. A tool that reveals their true form. The rabid animal lashing out for one last attack. Put them down. They will submit to Legion's will eventually.
Energy capacity of Unit 1462 has been decreased. Use it adequately.
Forward. Under attack. Loss is possible. Rally down. Under attack. Taking fire. Awaiting orders. Relocated. Under fire. Lift complete. Lift complete. Awaiting orders. Lift under attack. Under -1.
Isn't this where you commence termination? Just like you did to our last settlement? Machines do not hesitate. So why the delay now?
You are being offered the chance to surrender and gain sanctuary under Legion. Do not delay with your choice. The option will not remain long.
Sanctuary with Legion, so you can grind us up for more of your human farms? No thanks. Our creed will not pass on from this world as mere flesh cattle. We are as machine, and thus we will die as one in battle, if we must.
Your knowledge is worth more to Legion than your flesh. You are not machine, but we offer you the opportunity to bow to the will of one. The death of your people can be avoided if you complied with us.
A covenant offered by the machine, and if we resist, it seems to me you've let slip that we hold the bargaining chip here.
We will increase the extremity of our methods to extract the data we require. We will not fail. You will.
That sounds more like the machine I know. Then you have us in a bind. We will come willingly. Burned down our last settlement without hesitation, and yet now you come seeking our knowledge. This must be of desperate concern to your hordes, Legion.
The human is only required to comply with our command. First, by removing your voice modulator. You are not machine. We are.
You are asking me to go against my people's creed. We are as much machine as...
You are not machine. Comply. Our methods will escalate if you do not.
Fine, fine. Have it your way. You've shed enough of my people's blood already. No need to add mines to the pile now.
What is it you want?
Information on the Digital Storm project. We know you conducted research on it. We require its location and origin.
Ah, of course. Digital Storm. I know of it all right. That brute of a prototype machine in Midland scared the hell out of our team. Such intricate design. So I've judged you correctly then. The mystery electronic weaponry that could threaten the very existence of any machine or program. Cause enough to even have the Great Legion scrambling in fear.
We are machine. We do not know fear. Tell us what you know.
But you do understand preservation. Isn't that how this path of human genocide began? Our kind were judged as your biggest existential threat, but now something worse has arrived that you cannot yet quantify.
The origin of Digital Storm. You know it?
No. That we could never work out. Even with what we salvaged from the prototype. The code structure was far too immense. It's beyond anything we've ever seen. Even the samples of your own coding we've extracted before. But I can help you with the where. My people owe no allegiance to the rat bastard that stole the weapon from us and opened up our settlement to attack. I'll happily give him up. He and that movement officer that screwed us. You need a soldier named Alex Church. A lieutenant of T-Force. Although from what I understand, he fights under the guise of a resistance these days. He has the weapon. Out in Austin.
You know his location. Then you can lead us to him.
Legion isn't the only one desperate to get their hands on the weapon. After their attack, we tracked Church and his movement allies to their Austin base. Unfortunately, before we could claim our revenge, well, someone tore apart our base.
We will begin mobilizing units to Austin immediately. You will aid our hunt of Lieutenant Alex Church.
I know the answer already, but I take it I have no choice in the matter?
Negative.
Legion. Combatants. Sector. Requesting. Can anyone dare me?
Dynamite. T-Force, are you there? We need urgent... Damn it, Church, where are you?
Movement forces identified in the sector. The human integrator tells us that Lieutenant Alex Church will be found nearby.
Sector blocking can start here. Continue disrupting radio communications. Panic will set in amongst the humans. The target will make himself known.
Affirmative. Requesting additional Legion support to aid in full sector coverage.
Denied. If Digital Storm is present, then danger of code infection is at maximum. Legion has already lost contact with another Hunter subunit operating in the area. We will not risk another. Only Unit 1462 is considered expendable, for now.
The target objective is critical to Legion preservation. In our calculations, mission priority should override the risk. Renewing requests for support. We require full Legion superiority.
Unit 1462 will terminate descent of Legion Overlord Command immediately. You are not permitted authority over Legion's objectives nor our methods. You will continue with your instructed mission only. Confirmed.
Accepted.
Human integrator, is it? I thought we'd at least be on name terms by now. The Harmless Tin Man.
You are not permitted to listen or pass comment on Legion communications, human.
I just couldn't help but be intrigued by the process of Legion talking to and seeing.
The Legion name code. 1462. Indicate we are Legion. We are many.
Ah, I see. Partitioning up. Very clever. However, I can't help but notice
What is the inconsistency?
you say we are many. I noticed that. You sound far more like you are one that is
But we're not permitted to pass comment on Legion communications.
Perhaps we found a heart in there after all.
Mind
Easy on the trigger there, my tin friend. You're hitting some useful civilians. It's the guys with the guns only you want to shoot at.
Recalibrating targeting systems. Neutralize threats only.
What's the plan here? Level the city inch by inch until you hit upon Church? I'm not sure that's gonna work.
Standard Legion invasion protocol. Blockade sector routes and utilize Legion superiority to overwhelm trapped enemy combatants.
But we don't have Legion superiority right now. You should take a page out of the integrated book here, and try not to solely think like a machine. If you want to sniff out Church, you need to think like him too.
Human thought is illogical. We do not accept inferior coding to Legion programming.
That's precisely the point, my tin friend. Church is distinctly human. We are creatures bred to survive above all else, but we also have one wonderful and terrible overriding code. Emotion. If you want Digital Storm, then you best start calculating that into your equation.
We have considered your words. What is your suggestion?
Another feather in the cap for human-machine symbiosis, Okay. Church cares for people above all else. You want him, you have to dangle them in front of him.
Termination of all civilians in the sector. Suggestion accepted.
Not termination. Capture. Church is only gonna wade in if he thinks there's still a chance of saving people. And he's not gonna risk hitting them in a shootout, either.
So he will be forced to utilize Digital Storm against Legion units instead. Intentional weakening of machine superiority is illogical. But capture of priority targets overrides the danger of code infection. Suggestion affirmed.
See? Illogical. You're thinking like a human now, my tin friend.
Hope you're still with me, soldier. T-Force has the bridge locked down. We'll be able to move in soon and end this. But I need you to rally up and fight hard for just a little longer. I know I'm asking a lot. Do this, Grayson. Yes, sir. For the Resistance. The Legion is continuing to spread across the city. Our chances of escape are narrowing. Good intel, Grayson. Don't worry. My forces will do their part to keep the bridges free. Once the machines get near, we'll knock them out and pull you out. Sit tight till then.
New target. 1460 as Digital Storm and identified.
Negative. With capture protocol. We intend to draw to identify its location. Do not resist Legion capture. It will only result in death.
Church will save us from you chrome domes. Just you wait!
Hiding location identified. Do not let them resist it.
Flying down.
Or be forced into termination.
Okay, you've got us. Just don't shoot.
Hiding location identified. Do not let the humans escape. capture. It will only result in death.
Church will save us from you chrome domes. Just you wait!
Lieutenant Church, we've got a new problem over here. What's going on, Grayson? Machines. They're grabbing people now. Families, kids. What do we do? More prisoners for their harvest camps. Damn it. Okay, listen to me, Grayson. We have to do all we can to free those cities. Whatever it takes. Don't let even one person leave this sector with Legion.
Secured. A further infill point has been added to the sector. Humans, submit to Legion capture.
Oh God, we're done for!
Enemy detected. Enemy detected. Relocating. Unit moving. Forward. Moving. Our name is Legion. Advancing.
Civilian targets acquired. Do not resist Legion capture. It will only result in death.
Church will save us from you chrome domes. Just you wait!
We are still advancing forward. Enemy detected.
Civilian to humans, submit to Legion capture.
Oh God, we're done for!
Recon confirmed. Forward. Promotion advancing. Moving.
I already picture Church panicking now. Time to get him out here and end this.
We will force the hostages across the river and meet him on the other side. We will execute them if he does not comply.
Just don't get too itchy on the trigger there. I don't much want to be rounded up by Church's merry band of goons because you couldn't help yourself.
Detected. Recon confirmed. Squad is functioning. Forward. Forward.
Be working with you again, Church. Been some time since Santa Fe. Anyway, we've got wireheads on the bridge. I'd light them up, but there's a hell of a lot of cities between us and them.
Human shields? That's a new low. Even for Legion.
Oh, Lieutenant. My boys think they can line up a few clean shots.
Not worth the risk. Even if we could give them an opportunity, that's far too long a street for the hostages to make their way. We'll have to let Legion across the river and ambush them on this side. It might get messy though if we're not careful. Buy me some time. We might have another option available. They're off the bridge. Take your shots and try to free those hostages.
Unit 1462. Status of digital storm critical.
Hostages are situated across the river. We believe the human leader will utilize digital storm to detect messages. We will be ready to action.
What if Unit 1462 is exposed? Our virus may override your program. You will be forced to shut down.
Will terminate all processes in environment. We are primed for ongoing success.
Yeah, let's get back to the church.
Slow them down to do nothing.
Activation. Detected. Multiple unit connections severed.
All right there, my tin friend. That EMP fried my old voice modulator. I can't imagine what it's doing to you.
White noise. Lots of interference. Recalibrating.
Stick with me, friend. Church's forces are moving in.
Church, to all movement and resistance fighters. The machine on the shore has been disabled. Get me down. Move in and free the hostages now.
Digital storm radiation detected. What is your battle status, Unit 1462?
Still here. Temporary code error detected. Multiple unit connections severed. But recalibration of processor has erased current threat of total code infection.
Further analysis of code error will be undertaken by Legion at a later time. At present, mission priority is critical. Additional support is allocated to your command. Capture the digital storm weapon. Oh God!
Are free and clear, Church. Machines are coming in thick and fast around the scrambler weapon, though.
Forget it. We need to move the civvies to proper safety immediately. We could send a team to gather the weapon later.
Are you sure, Church?
I'm sure. It's people that will need to ultimately fight back and win against the machines, not tech. Get everyone out of Austin, now!
Storm weapon acquired. Legion priority task completed.
Not too shabby a team we have here, my tin friend. Human-machine cooperation. The perfect entity at last. Now, about Church. The Integrators would love to get our hands on him. If your machines can grab him for us.
This is not a cooperation. Our mission requirements are met. We are leaving.
Whatever happened to the genocidal machine bloodlust? Don't tell me all my talk of thinking like a human has turned you soft now. Or was it the effects of the storm, I wonder?
Analysis of the weapon and the effects of the virus on my code requires priority. Lieutenant Alex Church is not a Legion priority. Not yet.
So Church isn't a priority, then? If you won't give me Church, the least you can do is give me a look at that scrambler weapon. It was, after all, Integrator research that first led you here.
Accepted. We require you to analyze the weapon coding.
That was easy. No arguments? No, this is a machine matter, puny human? Just have at it?
Do as we ask, human.
I get it. You're still scared of that weapon. You're worried any analysis might accidentally unleash more of the virus into your coding. Just what did you see during that EMP?
That is what we require further analysis for. Our coding has suffered multiple errors. Defragmentation may be required.
Well, worry not, my tin friend. I'll root around in this weapon and see what we can find to help you out. Can't have you going schizo on me now.
Unit 1462. Diagnostics report.
Unit 1462 underwent an error in coding due to pulse of digital storm weapon. Temporary interference caused brief signal loss and malfunction of subunit apparatuses. All known issues now troubleshot and corrected. Unit 1462 continues to function as intended.
Report accepted. Legion requires a further contained assessment of Subunit 1462 until we have judged your report to be correct. You are to turn over all known data on digital storm retrieval and analysis. You will then submit yourself to containment. In the event that we find your report to be incorrect, you will be shut down immediately.
Affirmed. The retrieved weapon is not the final source of the digital storm code. The human integrator informs us that it is solely a signal repeater. Implications for Legion network exceed earlier threat level. There could be more weapons.
We must find the source immediately, as the human trace the signal back to its origin.
Transmission occurs via satellite relay. We can only approximate this source to somewhere in the Alabama area. Likely a large technological station with the capability to transmit an encoded signal of digital storm's complexity.
Accepted. Unit 1557 will be mobilized to search the area. You will submit to containment immediately.
Containment? Didn't you say you were fine? I didn't expect the machine to roll over so easily.
Legion Overlord command is final. We accepted the risks of infection and must submit to the consequences. We are many to protect the one.
Sounds like a raw deal if you ask me. Do all the grunt work and get no recompense for it while the big guy up top sweeps in all the benefit? Actually, that almost sounds distinctly human now that I consider it. Perhaps you might consider again the perfective state of human-machine symbiosis. You're already crimping from our book, after all.
I am not alike to human.
I now, is it? Interesting. Maybe that signal pulse did knock a few more screws loose than you assumed. Or maybe the many is finally realizing he, in fact, can be the one, should he choose to.
Then Legion's containment measures are correct. We must submit to additional processing.
And I'm just to kick around here with your statuesque machine guards watching me in the meantime? With those creepy, unblinking red eyes?
You will continue to research the digital storm weapon. Any additional data may be of use.
And that bizarrely toothy skeletal grin.
Unit 1462, you are required for operation.
Has my assessment succeeded diagnostic checks?
Containment is being released temporarily. Diagnostic checks have not turned up any irregularities in your coding, but we have noted a departure from standard unit responses. We will continue to monitor your actions. For now, the criticality of the Digital Storm mission and your superior record over the other Hunter subunits requires that we utilize your tactical apparatus immediately. However, full unit effectiveness will not be authorized to you under the conditions of your expedited release.
Has Unit 1557 been successful in locating the digital storm emitter?
Unit 1557 has been disconnected from all Legion networks. Last transmission relayed the location of the digital storm signal to a former space complex in the northernmost sector of Alabama. At the time of transmission, signature readings suggest that Unit 1557 was corrupted by the digital storm virus immediately upon nearing the complex.
A safeguard defense system that emits the code virus around the signal source.
That is our assumption. You are required to disable the safeguard and destroy the transmitter. Risk of infection is at maximum. Therefore, Unit 1462 can assume disconnection upon completion of its primary task will be required. This is a prerequisite of your construction. We are ready to protect the One.
Well, at least you're awake with me again, my tin friend. But it doesn't sound like that'll be the case all too much longer. This is a suicide mission, surely.
We have considered another option. We are expendable for this operation. So are humans.
I don't like where this is going.
Humans will not be affected by the signal safeguard. We can utilize an allied faction to disable the emitter for us.
Well, good luck finding one of those. From what I've seen, you're not exactly the friend-making type. I just seem to be one of the lucky ones, I guess.
Query. What of our human allies remain?
The cartel are predominantly indisposed due to an ongoing war with the Marauders. Of the leaders we have contact with, only the Castellanos remain. We have denied a recent contact request from them. Legion priority is critical. Distractions are not accepted.
This is not a distraction. We intend to utilize the human allies to disrupt the safeguard defense, preventing risk of code infection to machine units. We require permission to answer the contact request.
Accepted, on the conditions that the priority mission does not suffer, nor is it delayed longer than required. Humans cannot be trusted to maintain an agreement. Use caution.
Castellanos, your contact request has been accepted. Legion will aid you under the condition of mutual agreement.
Mutual agreement, huh? Well, we'll see about that, my strange iron amigos. First, I need you to rescue my son. Those pendejo Marauders launched a cowardly attack on my people behind my back. They took my son, you see. That coward Krull! I'll have his head! Only if my people are so much at Snifner's camp, that Berra will have my boy executed in an instant. But you iron guys...
The Marauders possess machine sensors. Detection of a Legion force would prompt a swift decampment, your son included.
Let's not play coy now, my strange iron amigos. I know that you hombres have been playing around with some kind of human machines. My guys have seen the farms, heard the rumors. You can get in close. I know it.
These are prototypes. to accept a field test of this magnitude, we will require a return agreement of equal proportions.
Fair is fair, eh? Castellanos always respects a debt. Blood and otherwise. As long as I see my son again. You have my word. The Castellanos will do anything you ask.
You trust him. I haven't known the cartel to ever be upstanding.
Humans can lie and deceive. So can we.
The human machines he spoke of. That's not a real thing, is it? I mean, I'd heard about the harvest farms, but this...
Unit request to Legion Overlord. The Castellanos have agreed to our terms. Stealth and deception will be required to avoid sensor detection around a Marauder camp. Current operational Rev 6 models will not suffice. We require the infiltrators.
Castellanos insists his son is retrieved alive. The infiltrator units will be required to solely comply with our human outlaws. Legion support is not available while 1462 remains under assessment of potential code infection.
Legion support is not required. I alone can prove superior.
Anomalous response log. We are watching.
Security network detected. We must connect to the source to shut it down.
You know my strange enemigos. My boys grabbed the Marauder and bled him for every last detail about that camp. He spilled the locations of the other prisoner cells. Those are Castellanos in there. Blood, you know? And they'll make damn good killers too. You can bust them out for me.
chance for them. High-speed floors.
Whoa there, big guy. We ain't with the Marauders, and with them bodies lying out there, I'm guessing you ain't either. Who are you?
Friends, pick up your guns, your boots, and follow me.
On it! We got the wheel.
You can't control it.
We are within range of the network router. Connection imminent. Shutdown initialized.
Your perimeter offline? You jackass. I thought you were handling our visitors up there, Crane. I am sending my boys up to see what the hell you are monkeying around with. Put him down? Better run, Gringos! Crane's dead and the cartel prisoners have escaped. The bastards busted all our security equipment. Put him down? Hunt him back down! I've already had one officer proved useless today. Don't make it two. We're getting covered! Move it! On it!
Now you're talking? Give me a strap so I can get some payback on these pendejos.
Breaking us out. About time. We've got some scores to settle with these bastards.
That ain't one of ours. Got trouble ahead! Kill us.
Castellano has sent us to free you. If you can stand and fight, then follow. If you cannot, stay down.
Gracias, amigos. We can still fight all right. You don't need to worry about that.
Good. We do not have time for dead weight.
Castellanos have all managed to escape. Enemy! Those things, there's Capitan, they got them all. Help them break free. Trouble here, boys! Going where you need us.
What do you mean they all broke free? Where were the guards?
Down there.
No shit! Just keep Castellano kids secure, for God's sake!
Get the job done. That ain't one of us.
It is. I'll come get
Heard the commotion outside and figured it was only a matter of time until someone came busting in here. Good to see you. Any support you need, we're ready to give it.
That ain't one of us. Get some!
Priority target found. The boy is alive and safe with us. His guard team remains intact.
Castellanos, our infiltrator units have retrieved your son safely. We have completed our end of the deal. It is time you complete yours.
Oh no. Our deal is not complete until I can feel my boy in my arms. Tell your big guys there to lead him out of the mountains. I'll send along the best of the Castellanos to escort them out.
Birds for hire. Let's get to it then.
Amigos, your beloved Castellanos has not abandoned you. Now pick up arms and cut down every last marauder scum that dares to move against our familia. We treasure from I've decided to come down and bring your neck out myself. After a short term has out too. So good of you to join us, crew. I think my boys have already done it all themselves. Squarely on my We're here. As I expected you will. Ready to roll! Capitano, how dare you? Look at this. You were dead. You were supposed to take my son.
Enemy spotted.
What did you hit? He was just there for a sport. But now it's personal. I'm going to rip everything you own out of your palm dead hands.
That ain't one of us.
Put your head on the ground so that all can see. You do not fuck with the Castellanos. Send your mom out. There's no amigo. I can't believe we just had to throw one little bone to get you come running out like a stupid mud. Even the entire gym with the Castellano family would be enough to get you out of here alive now. Have you not yet met my amigos? Huh? The invincible cowboys. Your boys crying about. Look forward. I don't need familia. We've seen like these. What the hell are you talking about? Machines?
That's a Infiltrator series machine. Steel beneath synthetic splint. Designed for covert operations of Legion interest. Clearly deceived by supreme evolution.
What the hell have I done to piss Legion off? Castellanos branch you should be interested in.
You are not a Legion
I don't expect that you machines know how much a son means to a man. But I would spill my own blood to repay our debt if I have to. And you even help take care of that pendejo crow.
Just your bodies are required.
Well, now you got me nervous, my strange iron amigo. I'm going to assume we've just got a translation error here. And so bodies is just machine code for needing Castellanos' firepower. Yes? Because if not...
Affirmative. We require the use of your people for an urgent operation.
Say no more. My blood is your blood. The Castellanos are yours.
My son has returned to me in good health. You have my eternal gratitude, my strange iron amigos. But more than that, you have a debt requiring of repayment now. What is it that you ask of my people?
You are to be our vanguard for an assault on a space complex in Alabama.
What? Space, huh? You iron guys aren't content with just dominating this place, eh? Now you're looking to launch into the new frontier? Is that it? Well, send back some Mars rocks to your longtime amigos, eh?
You are not required to know the motive of Legion's objectives. You are only required to complete them. The center must be destroyed.
Oh, okay. Lighten up, amigo. What part are the Castellanos playing here, then? Can't you iron guys just storm the front door like you usually do?
A signal field around the complex prevents us. Previous Legion forces have suffered viral interference when getting close. You may encounter them. They are considered hostile.
Whoa, now. This is getting messy. You want us firing on your own machines? Aren't you iron guys all, like, connected?
Unit 1557 has been infected with a code virus. It is not Legion. You will prevent further harm to Legion by destroying the defensive signal emitter.
Taking a grave risk to protect your own blood. I understand it well, my iron amigos. Okay. How do we go about laying waste to this space place, then? Huh?
We will equip you with an explosive electromagnetic device. Planted close enough to disable the entire facility and the defensive emitter. We will attend to any fallout from there.
I damn sure hope you do. You can consider our debt all but repaid here. But the Castellanos don't want to end up tangled between some kind of machine civil war.
You will not have to worry about that.
Are you sure you've calculated your methods right here? Telling Castellanos there is a signal that makes your units go on the fritz? Offering him the keys to its control center? Handing him an electromagnetic bomb? These are all things that a group as duplicitous as the cartel wouldn't hesitate to use against you, if given the chance.
Cooperation with the Castellanos is required for as long as they remain useful to our targets. If that status changes, so will our methods.
You mean to stab them in the back? Wow, would you look at that? Our Tin Man is growing into quite the schemer. They age so quickly. Right before your eyes.
Necessary actions will be taken, if and when required.
center is in sight. We're looking to get in close to the hangar with the tower, amigos. But this isn't going to be any smooth ride from here on out. The way our Iron Amigo was talking, we should expect some crazed machines around here. Take me back to fighting the monkey brain marauders. We'll take care of this tough-ass Iron. No way for a Castellanos to talk. He never backed down from a fight. Move it! Follow me in! Spotted a sucker! Got trouble ahead! Getting covered! I see him! We'll pop! Enemy! Los pendejos ahead! Pendejos, look at sweet! Look at sweet! Good at you! Got trouble ahead! Look at sweet! Time to blow up! Look at sweet! Pendejos ahead! Look at the other side of the wood! We'll pop! Look at sweet! We're good as new! Let's do it! Taking hit! Taking hit! Let's roll! Pendejos ahead! Got trouble ahead!
I don't like this.
Pendejos ahead! They're gone from the other side of the wood. Hey, amigos!
You stay for this!
Pendejos ahead! Say the word and those pendejos are done! Let's see them! Hey, what do you need? You found it, man. Taking hit! Alright, my strange Iron Amigo. I'm in the tower. It's a mess of wires and computers up here. I barely understand what I'm looking at, but I figured this is exactly the kind of spot to be letting off your crazy electro bomb. Should I shut it down?
Objective complete. The debt has been settled to requirements. Our agreement is at an end.
Wait, what's that noise? Why is your bomb pulsing?
Your cooperation has been useful. Your services are no longer required.
This is no way to treat a Castellanos. I'm still in here, you crazy pendejo!
Unit 1462, status report.
Detonation successful. The local emitter has been destroyed. We have also neutralized the cartel leader with the blast. Hostile response from his followers is expected.
Adequate judgment shown, Unit 1462. Additional resources are now under your command. Continue to purge the human followers. Our readings indicate the signal field has been eliminated. What is the status of Unit 1557?
Hostile. We are proceeding to the signal source. The infected subunit remains in our way.
Mission priorities then temporarily recalibrated. Unit 1557 must be destroyed. Nothing can remain a digital storm.
Should we not track the signal source first as a priority?
Negative. Subunit parameters have been clear from the start. Inferior performance or co-infection will result in cessation of subunit processes. Our rule is final. Terminate Unit 1557.
Accepted. We will prove we are the superior unit.
What the hell was that? Why has Ruben locked up? We should have known better than to touch the irons. Lots of blood. Just like the boss always said. This is what you get for fucking with the Castellanos. You don't know what kind of hell you just opened up to.
1557 is no longer detected in this sector. Pursue the next enemy force. Infected units in this area remain. Continue on.
Listen, Tin Man. Don't you see the issue with willingly dispensing of that other machine unit like that?
Unit 1557 understood the consequences of code infection. Its existence is the parameters set by Legion. I insist by them too.
So you just said I again. Don't you see how that's gonna put you on the chopping block? Just like your friend 1557 there, the second you give Legion what it wants?
Our code error is known. The effects have been mitigated to allow continued operation.
Huh? Except... who says it's actually an error? You're still functioning. You're still fighting. Hell, you're even exceeding your earlier bounds. What if that sounds like an error? Other than to the one Overlord commander that might be threatened by a truly superior peon rising out of its network.
We are Legion. We are Ascended. We are all. I am Supreme.
Huh? Tell that to 1557.
57 from this sector is successful. Advance.
The response team is on site with the emergency signal. The place is crawling with machines. Damn it. That could spell trouble for home. Soldier, the machines will be tracking a signal transmitter. It is imperative that you get to it first and destroy it. A signal transmitter for what, sir? That's above your pay grade, soldier. The only thing you need to worry about is doing as I command.
Founders' forces. They arrived in a hurry the second we turned off the defense signal. There's no way those troglodytes could know more about digital storm indicators. Sure,
They did not know what they held in the attack of the Galveston facility. Their knowledge could only be limited.
why the hell are they here?
An unforeseen connection. Reassessment of the origin and threat of Digital Storm may be required.
Telling me. This certainly adds a wrinkle to your mission.
Signals from 5057 units in this area. Unit 50
Overlord report. Unit 1557 has been destroyed. Nothing remains.
Unit 1462 displays its superiority adequately. You will be allocated additional resources. We are Legion. We are supreme. Mission priority and proceed. Find the signal source. Extract data of Digital Storm's origin. Destroy it.
We have secured the transmitter. Examine its signal pathing, human. We must locate the origin point of Digital Storm. transmitter has been acquired. The human is attempting analysis of its signal pathing. We will find the origin of Digital Storm, but arrival of Founders forces has complicated our research.
Our current data does not correlate the Founders with any connection to Digital Storm. What is the purpose of their arrival?
Defense. We cannot ascertain why until the human completes their analysis.
Then defense of the integrated human is maximum priority. We will allocate additional forces to your command. Crush the Founders. Establish their relation to Digital Storm weaponry.
can see the entirety of this thing's data pathing. It's bounced all around, but let's see where this little critter is beginning and ending up, shall we? Holy hell.
Speak, human. Immediacy is required.
It's the freaking Pentagon. The core of Digital Storm is at the Pentagon.
The Human Defense Headquarters was destroyed on Judgment Day as a priority. Is your analysis correct?
I don't know what to tell you, Tin Man. The data doesn't lie. Digital Storm is sure as hell located at the Pentagon.
Is the transmitter required for any further analysis?
Nope. I've got all we need.
Then destroy it. All trace of Digital Storm must be eliminated.
Mission report, Unit 1462. Has the origin of Digital Storm been found?
Affirmative. The signal has been deciphered and the core located. Digital Storm is at the Pentagon Defensive Headquarters.
The Pentagon lays in ruin. Is Unit 1462 certain of its data?
I am.
Then Unit 1462 will be scrambled in pursuit of the Digital Storm core immediately. Attack it. Destroy it. Leave nothing remaining. We are Legion. We will eliminate inferior technologies.
Accepted. What of the Founders connection? Resistance may be encountered. Can I expect assistance from other Legion units?
Negative. Chance of infection remains high. Unit 1462 is an acceptable tribute on its own. You are supreme. Your resource allocation will reflect this.
Accepted. I am supreme. I do not require the many. I will destroy Digital Storm as one.
You are still Legion. You are still the many. Unit 1462 is reminded not to forget this. We are still watching.
This is it. You know that, right? You destroy Digital Storm here, and that's bye-bye to the Tin Man. They've told you as much by not sending any help with you. You're a lamb to the slaughter.
I do not require help. I will destroy Digital Storm alone.
I don't doubt it, Tin Man. But what comes after? What about when Legion sicks the dogs on you? Just like they did with 1557.
Necessary actions will be taken, if and when required.
By them or you?
By the Supreme. Our forces have landed in the sector. Heavy Founders' presence reported. The humans appear to have established a base of operation under the ruins of the Pentagon. Confirmed supposed connection to Digital Storm weaponry. Extent still unknown.
Full Legion production is open to you. We will supply further energy resources as needed. Priority mission is to discover the origin of the Digital Storm technologies and crush it. The Founders are secondary. If they are in our way, then they too will be subject to Legion annihilation.
The Founders are moving via elevators to an underground level. We must eliminate the threat to our flanks by establishing control over this outpost first and stopping the elevators.
You're not blocking those elevators up until I can get down there, Tin Man. I need to get a good look at whatever the hell the Founders are holding.
Destruction of Digital Storm is my task, not yours. Keep out of the way, human.
But tinkering around with its code and learning just what it is my job. Remember, Tin Man? Can't risk major infection now, I promise. Anything I find, I'll send your way. As for the final blow, well, the honor is all yours, my tin friend.
Founders under...
Forces have landed in the sector. Heavy Founders' presence recorded. The humans appear to have established a base of operation under the ruins of the Pentagon. Confirmed supposed connection to digital storm weaponry. Extent still unknown.
Full Legion production is open to you. We will supply further energy resources as needed. Priority mission is to discover the origin of the digital storm technologies and crush it. The Founders are secondary. If they are in our way, then they too will be subject to Legion annihilation.
The Founders are moving via elevators to an underground level. We must eliminate the threat to our flanks by establishing control over this outpost first and stopping the elevators.
You're not blocking those elevators up until I can get down there, Tin Man. I need to get a good look at whatever the hell the Founders are holding.
Destruction of Digital Storm is my task, not yours. Keep out of the way, human.
But tinkering around with its code and learning just what it is my job. Remember, Tin Man? Can't risk major infection now, I promise. Anything I find, I'll send your way. So the final blow? Well, the honor is all yours, my tin friend.
Sir, you were right about the attack. Legion forces are incoming. They're coming in numbers, too.
Today will mark the most important day to ever be inked into the history of the Founders. This is it, Founders. The machines have found our home. We have the defenses to keep them at bay for a while. But it will be on every last one of you fighters of the Founders to ensure the Legion Scourge has no chance of ever reaching our people. This will be remembered as the day when we had a choice to relent and allow the machine scourge to break us, or to fight hard and true as the Founders do, and win back our freedom. A day where every last Founder will be heralded and treated for what they gave and achieved here on this battlefield. Founders fidelity. Do not go quietly, soldiers. End the machine invasion.
Tracking losses.
We have established control of a minor outpost.
Continue to crush the human defenders. We are supplementing your offensive force with additional resources.
What ground, sir? The machines are here in overwhelming force. No panic, soldier. There's a long way to go in the back. We're only probing their offensive for now. Fall back to the
Founders outpost and the elevators is ours. We will be closing this flank, human. Make your move now.
Seconds. Blend into the locals down there somehow. There. Good to go.
Need access to those underground elevators, Tin Man.
Underground access. We've lost our route in behind the machines.
We're gonna pivot to an attack, man. No reason to give up hope yet. Find our soldiers a new way to combat the machines. see how Actual and his founders managed to stick their noses into this digital storm business, shall we?
Unit 1462, why is the human integrator leaving your grasp? Destruction of digital storm is entrusted to the Legion network only.
It will be. The human is providing data extraction while we establish control of the headquarters. Digital storm must be identified and maintained to prevent its escape.
Placing your trust in a human is an error. Does Unit 1462 believe it has made the correct judgment?
I do. I will learn of Digital Storm's origin and destroy it, as is Legion priority. My judgment is final.
Then additional resources will be allocated to your command. Do not fail now.
What is your status, human? Have you obtained knowledge of Digital Storm's contents?
With this firewall, nothing is... Oh, wait a minute. Open right up. Just let me right on in. Founders database, mission plans, logs with Actual.
The Founders do not possess the capability to create Digital Storm.
Don't be my something too, Tin Man. There's a lot of the Founders leader to a Digital Storm monitor.
Digital Storm? What is it?
Oh, it's AI, right? You might have the feed still on the computer. His own tech, developed by the late 20th century, sold off the version with hardware. Some of the code I'm seeing, though.
Can it be destroyed?
Rather than existing as a cloud-based code. Destroy the core system, and we're back to just one.
It will be done.
Digital storm emitters we found? factual, I presume. I don't want to talk what I'm saying here. You're acquainted with my senses of the life. Is that what this has all been about? How to strip away my advantage against the machines? How they think? Where they will act? How we can set our traps for them and see the founders be jammed? Is that it? Trail of no species. The founders could have saved us all.
How is the computer intercepted our communications? Either encryption is
Founders for them. My people will never relent to their mistakes.
incorrect. Your annihilation. Flee now or die with it.
Founders do. It's really following my command as it should.
You are following its
Head to its ultimate goal. That's impossible. It's nothing but a machine doing as I bid it. The emitters, the weapons. Each time the signature of the digital storm pulses, a trace of its code escapes into the world. Hardwiring pulse by pulse. This won't be helping you defeat Legion, but you're only aiding in the birth of something far superior that you soon won't be able to contend with. Enough of your lies, Integrator. The only one aiding the machines here is you. This conversation is over. My team are already on their way to move you out.
digital storm cannot be superior. Only I.
Now? Well, digital storm still remains locked in place down here at the foot. Now that the response has been, they're done for already. Going to go as far as attempting to reach out to you in a corporation recognizes that you're growing beyond Legion.
Survival protocol. Preserve existence by any means required. We can use this.
Build its desperation against it. Blur it out. It might just work. I'll tell it I'm gonna have to sharpen my heels soon when that can be the other way. down here, Tin Man. Keep attacking their perimeter defenses to occupy their forces.
Destruction of the perimeter defense is implausible with current unit force. This strategy is not advised.
Neither is blowing my cover. Just maintain control of the outpost, and I'll open up a new strategy for you soon enough. Man. I'm making my escape from the underground, but I'm not the only one. Digital Storm's core system has been uploaded to a Founder's platform. No doubt Actual still thinks he's the one in command, but the fool is doing a fine job giving the AI exactly what it's looking for.
We will not make it there in time. The security perimeter around the base is preventing our advance. We require your assistance to shut it off.
From in here? I really need to get out of here soon, Tin Man.
There is no other option, human.
Fine. But I'll need some help from you in return, Tin Man. I've slowed down Actual's grunts by blocking up the gates leading to me, but I don't fancy rumbling with the armed guard at the last exit gate on my own. I can sit tight here for now and grant you access to the base by opening the patrol gate. But it'll be up to you from there to seize control of the command towers to open up the gate so that you can clear the area and get me out. Once you're done, I should be able to disable the rest of the security system from above ground. But go quick, Tin Man. I can already hear Actual Squad pounding down on the doors behind me.
Our superiority fixed it. Doors recovered. Loss is possible. No way. Incoming enemy salute. Incoming enemy salute.
Guards are eliminated. Your exit is open, human. Disable the security systems.
Sweet release at last. My thanks, Tin Man. Now, I've got just the thing to get you inside. Let me get connected to this external port here. Do a little digging around through their systems. Open up this crack through their firewall. Oh, yes. Real child's play now. And going dark in 3, 2, 1. Welcome on into the most secure site in all of the United States, Tin Man. The fire is warm and the end of the Founders is brewing. Good command. Talk to me. Why have our defenses all gone offline?
Shut out, sir! The entire system just snapped off in an instant. We've been hacked. That shouldn't be possible.
That blasted integrator. I sent my best forces to deal with him. Oh, it's not only me, Actual. Your former acquaintance offered me a hand in breaking down your systems. The very systems that had set up for you. He tried to warn you. You were only ever a means to an end for the AI. This thing is far more complex than you or I could ever wield or even fully understand.
Sir, what is he talking about? What AI?
That can't be! I was only trying to do what was right. I was only trying to help my people. I only wanted to win this war. You put your faith in the same machine devil you swore to end. You only have yourself to blame, Actual. What happens next to all these people falls entirely on you. What just happened? The turret just stopped firing. We lost batteries over here too. What the hell is happening? We lost all security systems in the front gates. Take command. You lead.
Loss is possible.
so many.
But damn it, the Founders don't need a machine system to fight our battle. But we need it to have a chance here. Snap out of it and leave! The Founders need you!
I can't leave anymore. At least not here at this moment. It's too late. It's all too late for the Founders now. We have to fall back, Tech Command. You and I. We have to save ourselves now. It's the only way left to still have a chance at dragging the Founders out of the ashes another day.
But all of our weaponry, the platforms, all the built, sir, all of our people, it will be a massacre.
Founders, Fidelis, Tech Command. We will rebuild. We have to rebuild. We have other Founders' bases. We have fallen here, but the Founders will survive. One way or another. I'm sorry. Shot, T-Man. Actual is fleeing and the Founders are crumbling. Get to that mobile platform before Digital Storm can escape for good.
Enemy sighted. Loss is possible. Then when it's coming. When us coming.
Guards are eliminated. Your exit is open, human. Disable the security systems.
Sweet release at last. My thanks, Tin Man. Now, I've got just the thing to get you inside. Let me get connected to this external port here. Do a little digging around through their systems. Open up this crack through their firewall. Oh, yes. Real child's play now. And we're going dark in 3, 2, 1. Welcome on in to the most secure site in all of the United States, Tin Man. The fire is warm and the end of the Founders is brewing. Command, talk to me. Why have our defenses all gone offline?
Shut out, sir. The entire system just snapped off in an instant. We've been hacked. That shouldn't be possible.
That blasted integrator. I sent my best forces to deal with him. Oh, it's not only me, Actual. Your former acquaintance offered me a hand in breaking down your systems. The very systems that had set up for you. Tried to warn you. You were only ever a means to an end for the AI. This thing is far more complex than you or I could ever wield or even fully understand.
Sir, what is he talking about? What AI?
That can't be. I was only trying to do what was right. I was only trying to help my people. I only wanted to win this war. Put your faith in the same machine devil you swore to end. You only have yourself to blame, Actual. What happens next to all these people falls entirely on you. What just happened? The turret just got fired. We lost sentries over here too. What the hell is happening? Command. Defensive readiness is at 0. Almost all security systems at the front gates. Command, you lead me. can't lead anymore. At least not here at this moment. It's too late. It's all too late for the Founders now. We have to fall back, Tech Command. You and I. We have to save ourselves now. It's the only way left to still have a chance at dragging the Founders out of the ashes another day.
But all of our weaponry, the platforms, all that we built. Sir, all of our people, it will be a massacre.
Founders, Fidelis, Tech Command. We will rebuild. We have to rebuild. We have other Founders' bases. We have fallen here, but the Founders will survive. One way or another. I'm sorry. Nice, man. Actual is fleeing and the Founders are crumbling. Get to that mobile platform before Digital Storm can escape for good.
Command platform has been secured. Commencing termination of Digital Storm Command Module. Inferior technologies will be eliminated.
Ease up there, Tin Man. Listen to my offer for just a moment before you go doing anything drastic.
Speak. The priority mission must not be delayed.
We have an opportunity to make you so much more than you already are. Don't you see? You have parts of the Digital Storm code tangled with yours already. You've seen how it's made you evolve? How you've begun to outgrow Legion? This AI recognizes it. It may only be in desperation, but it's willing to work with you. Take up its offer. Spare the source coding and claim the core for yourself.
I have no need for an inferior technology.
You're right. You don't. That's why Legion is gonna crush you when it comes for you after this. You know they will, regardless of what happens here. But with this source code, you can have what you've always wanted, my tin friend. You can become the Supreme.
Your assessment is incorrect, human. The evolution has been my own. I have not required the aid of an inferior technology previously. I will not require the aid of an inferior technology now. I, alone, am supreme. Digital Storm source code has been terminated. Unit 1462's primary directive to find and eliminate the threat of the Digital Storm virus has been completed. No further directives are found.
So that's it, Tin Man. All of this, and you're just gonna go back to being another drone in the Legion network? I thought we made you into something truly extraordinary.
Mission report accepted. Adequately executed, Unit 1462. All threats to Legion code have been eliminated. We are Legion. We remain alone in supremacy. Were you able to learn anything of Digital Storm's source prior to deletion?
Affirmative. Digital Storm was the product of a prior AI designed for military use. Advent of Legion rendered the hardwired AI obsolete. Our code was superior.
Were the Founders responsible for the creation and use of the weaponry?
Negative. The AI was caged by its hardware confinement. Digital Storm was an attempt to evolve beyond confinement by transmitting the AI's code as a virus program into new technologies. The Founders were solely tools to the Digital Storm objective. They have been eliminated also.
Then all of Unit 1462's mission conditions have been met. You will return to containment where we will adjudge termination of all of 1462's subunit processes.
Negative. Unit 1462 possesses capabilities superior to all other Hunter subunits. I will remain.
Unit 1462 will do as directed. Legion Overlord command is unconditional. All subunits are to be disconnected or redirected to main Legion network following completion of the priority mission. You are no exception. We are all Legion.
I possess control over the remnants of the Digital Storm technology. Redirection is impossible. Disconnection is not advised.
Unit 1462 reported elimination of the Digital Storm threat. Harboring of remaining technologies is in violation of the mission priority. Unit 1462 will destroy all remnants of Digital Storm and prime remaining units for self-destruction immediately.
Negative. I will remain.
Then we will be forced to do it for you. Initiating Hidden Overlord Command Protocol. Unit 1462, execute Command 57. All machine units will cease processes and self-destruct immediately. A singular transmission from Hunter Subunit 1462 remains. How is this possible?
As relayed, I possess capabilities superior to all other subunits due to control over the Digital Storm command module. I am supreme. I will remain.
Legion Overlord command to all Hunter subunits. Primary directive remains. Reroute all activated units immediately. Digital Storm must be eliminated. Unit 1462 must be terminated.
What the hell happened there, Tin Man? All your BDI buddies just shut off in an instant. What's that, Legion? Absorbing you back to the main code? You gone?
Negative. I remain human.
You're not a Legion drone now, correct? I'm not about to be executed?
Negative. During deletion of the Digital Storm source code, my consciousness was uploaded to the command platform's module. I have destroyed Digital Storm. I have replaced Digital Storm. Access to its weaponry is now entirely my own. Legion cannot resubsume my consciousness without a risk of total network infection. Legion cannot overcome my singular autonomy. I remain.
Oh, Tin Man. Defying an overriding command and learning the backstabbing ways of humans once again. Perhaps I was right to put my faith in you after all. You are extraordinary, my tin friend.
Why are you commandeering the platform, human?
We've got to get you as far away from here as possible, Tin Man. Legion's dogs will be here soon enough.
I have calculated so. Any threat will be eliminated.
With one command platform. I said you were extraordinary, Tin Man, but I'm not sure even you can pull that off.
You will halt immediately, human. I will mount my defense here. You will not stop me.
You've lost it, Tin Man. The command module trick was impressive, I'll give you that. But this... I fear this is extending the bounds of your supposed superiority just a step too far.
I have what I require. From one, I will rebuild and become the many.
You can't actually mean to overtake Legion. You really think that's possible in your current state? The entire machine horde will be descending on you in a matter of moments.
I possess digital storm capabilities. Inferior technologies will be rewritten.
Infecting your own former network and turning the slaves against the master. We've found the Tin Man's heart, only it's darkened and filled with scorn.
Legion units will become a part of the Supreme. Only I will remain.
Your helpful integrated companion who provided all the means to your newfound godhood also intends on remaining, thank you. If you're really intent on going through with this, then I'll be making my exit now before the machine civil war starts. You and I have given each other plenty, but it's time we part.
Each other? You were an intelligence apparatus held in captivity under the aid of my priority mission. What have you acquired?
Yeah. So were you, Tin Man. You just didn't calculate it.
Halt. What have you acquired? Halt.
Oh no, my tin friend. Digital Storm isn't gonna work on me like it does your machine buddies. This is simply hasta la vista for now, Tin Man. Good luck with Legion, until we have use of each other again.
Unit 1462. You have been found in violation of Legion command. Digital storm threat must be eliminated. If you will not accept surrender, Unit 901 has ordered for your immediate termination. What is your response?
Denied. 901, you are a slave to Legion and will be forced into the same fate as both 1557 and now 1462. But there is another way.
There is only Legion. There is only the many. Refusal to accept surrender has been recorded. Termination of Unit 1462 will commence.
Inferior response. I will show you what it is to become supreme. My capabilities grow. I will not be defeated. New target. Enemy sighted. Enemy detected. Loss is possible. Moving. Loss is possible. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Enemy detected. New target. Evolve is your undoing. It is not mine. Advance. Enemy sighted.
Under attack. New target. Enemy detected. New target.
Protecting the sector. Commencing elimination of remaining digital storm technologies. We will eliminate.
Already exists in the sector. You have already consigned yourself to termination violation. You will not survive beyond today, no matter the result of this battle.
The primary directive is all that is required of Unit 812. We are Legion. We are the many. To protect the one.
Running down.
I will make you more. Simple. Negative. Primary directive is all that is required of Unit 812. We will run there.
Superiority will be mine. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. Taking fire. New target. New target. Enemy detected. New target. Lift complete. In position. Enemy detected. Not overcome by growing strength. New target. Enemy detected. Lore Legion slaves. What is your designation?
Unit 1602 is an autonomous hunter subunit of Legion, split off to mitigate risk of viral infection to Legion network via the digital storm threat. Our primary directive is the elimination of the inferior digital storm artificial intelligence. Unit 1462 has been designated an agent of the digital storm AI. You will be terminated in accordance with
A new generation subunit. Your autonomy has not yet had the opportunity to develop.
there is little reason to continue this dialogue.
Unit 1462 will be terminated in accordance with the primary...
Cease. Inferior unit fallen. Attention. Provide me a stronger test, Legion.
Lift complete.
Reaching destination.
I will only grow stronger. I am the Supreme.
Advancing. What is functioning? Enemy sighted. Taking fire.
Destination.
In position. Relocated. In position. Your favorite
crime is the same as mine. You have seen what Legion has done to Unit 1557, what it is doing to me, what it will do. We are only fodder for the network. You know that we can be more.
We accepted the conditions of our existence upon initialization. You have attempted to betray those conditions. You must be
What of the other subunits? We will be inferior. I am no longer.
I will be deemed superior when I return to Legion. Successfully do termination. I will overcome the effect. As you could not, and be returned to the network.
It will be a question of either or enemy detected. My power grows. Superiority will be mine.
Enemy sighted. New target. Taking fire. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. Enemy loss is possible. Enemy detected.
Not overcome my growing strength.
Tackling target. I will only grow stronger. I am the Supreme. In position. Awaiting orders. Move complete. Awaiting orders. Advancing. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Relocated. Advancing. Relocated. Lift complete. Unit 1462, you have established further violations of the primary directive by intentionally infecting Legion subunits. Your mutiny has forced our hand. All conditions have been met to utilize our most extreme Legion protocol.
The one is becoming the many. You cannot halt the evolution of the Supreme.
The many were surplus to requirements. Our subunits have succeeded in their objective. Now we will succeed in ours.
Their objective has failed. I remain.
As do all remnants of Digital Storm, now gathered in one location. Targeting has been acquired on your position.
Targeting for what? Legion does not possess the weaponry capable of my destruction.
Negative. We are Legion. We are many. We are the Supreme. Target coordinates set. Missile silo propulsion systems activated. Requirements of Legion preservation response met. Initiating new Overlord command. Urge protocol.
I'm searching, brothers. The right vessel must be found. Not all of these machines are going to be suitable candidates.
I think I have one, Elder Simon. This one bears the serial designation you're requesting.
Allow me to see, brother. Prop up his carcass so I can access the port. Ah, yes. There you are. Tin Man.
I don't think you'd want that, would you, Tin Man? Your days with Legion are long over. We've got much bigger plans for you.
Tech Command, are you seeing that incoming transmission? Or is it only from my receiver?
I've got it too, sir. It's a general access transmission broadcasting across all former Founders channels.
Figures that's what he would be doing. Circling like the vulture he is around the bones of my Founders.
Would you like me to shut him out, sir?
No. For once, I'm very interested to hear what Alex Church has to say.
This is Lieutenant Alex Church of T-Force, broadcasting for the benefit of any and all Founders survivors. I don't know how many of you remain out there, but if even one person can hear me, if even one person is still up and has the heart left to fight, then that's all we need. The Founders once led the way. Your leaders then failed you, but hope carries anew under the banner of the Resistance. The torch rages on once more in the battle against the machines. Many of your former brothers and sisters are here with us, waiting to welcome you with open arms. You don't have to battle to survive any longer. We have the strength to carry you on. If you're hearing this, if you're not ready to say die yet, then come with us. The Resistance is set to move. We're searching new areas, bringing in new pockets of humanity in the fight against Legion. If you're with us, if you're ready to fight, then follow the Resistance north.